Welcome to Dreamshade Stories, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. Thank you so much for choosing to spend this time with me tonight. Close your eyes, let your shoulders drop, and now let's begin our story. The Green Cathedral, a story of survival. Part 1. The Disappearance. The afternoon light filtered through the canopy in fractured beams, painting the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold and shadow. 8-year-old Thomas Whitmore held his father's hand as they walked along the narrow trail, the sounds of their expedition group fading somewhere behind them. His father, Dr. Richard Whitmore, stopped occasionally to examine a peculiar fungus or to sketch a rare orchid in his leather-bound journal. The Amazon had always been his cathedral, and he was teaching his son to worship at its altar. "Look here, Tommy," his father said, kneeling beside a strangler fig that wrapped around a dying tree like a great serpent. "Nature is neither cruel nor kind. It simply is. This fig will kill the tree, yes, but it will also provide homes for countless creatures. Everything here is connected." Thomas nodded, though he was more interested in a bright blue morpho butterfly that had landed on a nearby leaf. He released his father's hand and took a step toward it, then another. The butterfly lifted off, its wings catching the light like stained glass, and Thomas followed, just a little farther, just to see where it went. The forest seemed to open before him, welcoming. He heard his father call his name, but the voice sounded distant, muffled by the dense vegetation. Thomas turned to respond, to say he was just here, just looking at the butterfly, but when he opened his mouth, a different sound emerged from the canopy above, a deep, resonant howl that made his bones vibrate. Howler monkeys, his father had told him. Nothing to fear. But Thomas did fear. The sound triggered something primal in him, and he spun around, suddenly disoriented. Which way had he come from? The trail was gone. Every direction looked the same. A wall of green, broken only by the massive trunks of trees that stretched upward like the pillars of an impossible temple. He called for his father. His voice, so small against the immensity of the forest, seemed to be swallowed whole. He began to walk, certain he would find the trail around the next tree, beyond the next fern. But the forest only grew denser. Vines caught at his ankles. Thorns scraped his arms. The light began to fade, and with it came the realization that he was truly lost. He called again and again until his throat was raw, until the word "Dad" became more prayer than summons. As darkness fell with the sudden finality of a dropped curtain, Thomas found himself at the base of a massive ceiba tree, its buttressed roots forming small caves. He crawled into one, pulling his knees to his chest, and listened to the forest transform around him. The daytime symphony of birds and insects gave way to stranger music, the sawing of crickets, the whisper of wings, the distant scream of something being killed or killing. He pressed his hands over his ears and squeezed his eyes shut, willing himself to wake up in the tent, to hear his father's gentle snoring, to smell the coffee brewing on the camp stove. But when he opened his eyes, he was still in the dark cave of roots, and he was still alone. The first night passed in a delirium of terror. Every sound was a jaguar stalking him, every movement in the shadows a snake preparing to strike. He must have slept, because he jerked awake to the sound of howler monkeys announcing the dawn, their calls rolling through the canopy like thunder. Pale light filtered through the forest, and Thomas crawled out from his shelter, his limbs stiff and aching. He had no water. His lips were already cracked, his mouth dry as paper. His father had taught him that a person could survive 3 weeks without food, but only 3 days without water. The thought made his throat constrict with panic. He had to find water. He had to find the trail. He had to find his father. Thomas began to walk, choosing directions at random, breaking through undergrowth that tore at his clothes and skin. The forest seemed designed to confuse him. Trees that looked familiar from one angle became alien strangers from another. Several times he was certain he had walked in a complete circle, recognizing a particular pattern of moss or a fallen log, though he couldn't be sure if it was truly the same or if the forest was simply repeating itself endlessly. By midday, the thirst had become unbearable. His tongue felt swollen, his head pounded, and his vision began to blur at the edges. It was then that he heard it, the unmistakable sound of running water. He stumbled toward it, crashing through a stand of bamboo, and found himself on the bank of a small stream, its water running clear over smooth stones. Thomas threw himself down and drank, scooping water to his mouth with shaking hands. It tasted of earth and minerals and life itself. He drank until his stomach ached, then sat back on his heels, water dripping from his chin. For the first time since he'd lost the trail, something inside him unclenched slightly. Water meant survival. Water meant time. He followed the stream, reasoning that it must lead somewhere, that people built camps near water, that his father would think the same way if he were looking for him. The banks were muddy and treacherous, but Thomas kept close to the water's edge, occasionally stopping to drink or to splash his face. Hours passed. The sun moved across the canopy above, though he could barely see it through the dense leaves. It was near dusk when he found the fruit. A tree near the stream bank bore clusters of small, reddish fruits. He had seen his father eat something similar, though he couldn't remember what they were called. His stomach, which had been cramping with hunger since morning, suddenly felt like a hollow cave inside him. He picked one of the fruits and sniffed it. It smelled sweet. He took a small bite, barely touching it with his lips, the way his father had taught him to test unfamiliar plants. It tasted tart, but not unpleasant. Thomas waited, counting to 100 the way his father had shown him, watching for any sign of burning or numbness in his mouth. Nothing happened. He ate the rest of the fruit, then another, then filled his pockets with more. It wasn't until he had eaten 5 or 6 that the cramping started. His stomach twisted violently, and he barely made it to the bushes before he vomited everything up, the sour taste of bile mixing with the memory of the sweet fruit. He lay by the stream afterward, weak and shaking, as the darkness fell once more. He had learned his first lesson. The forest could offer gifts, but it could also punish ignorance. He would have to be more careful. he would have to be smarter. That night, he made a shelter of sorts, piling palm fronds against a fallen log to create a lean-to. It wasn't much, but it made him feel slightly less exposed to the vast indifference of the forest. He lay beneath his flimsy roof and watched fireflies trace patterns in the darkness, their bioluminescent dance the only beauty in a world that suddenly seemed designed to kill him. On the third day, Thomas found the clearing. Part 2. Learning the language. The clearing was perhaps 30 feet across, a rare opening in the canopy where a massive tree had fallen, taking several others with it in its descent. Sunlight poured down like water, and the gap had been filled by an explosion of different life. Flowering plants, young saplings competing for the light, and a particular tree at the clearing's edge that bore fruit Thomas recognized. Papayas. His father had bought them in the village before the expedition. These were smaller, wilder, but unmistakably the same. Thomas approached cautiously, remembering the sickness from the day before. He picked one that had fallen to the ground, split open by the impact. Inside, the flesh was orange and studded with black seeds. He tasted it carefully, just a small amount, and waited. When no sickness came, he ate more, slowly, letting his damaged stomach adjust to real food. The sweetness was overwhelming after days of nothing, and he had to force himself not to gorge. He spent that day in the clearing, resting in the sunlight, eating papaya, and drinking from a small pool that had collected in the hollow of a fallen branch. The warmth on his skin felt like a benediction after the perpetual twilight of the forest floor. For the first time since he'd lost the trail, he felt something other than pure panic. A small seed of determination, perhaps, or the first stirring of adaptation. As the days stretched into weeks, Thomas began to learn the forest's language. It was a language without words, spoken in signs and patterns, in the behavior of animals and the growth of plants. He learned that where palms grew thick, water was usually near. He learned that certain birds would alarm at his approach, warning other creatures, so he had to move slowly, quietly, becoming part of the forest rather than an intruder within it. He learned which fruits he could eat by watching monkeys and parrots. If they ate it and thrived, so could he. He learned to dig for palm hearts, using a sharp stone to peel away the tough exterior to reach the tender, edible core. He learned that some vines held water, and that if he cut them at an angle, clean liquid would flow out. He learned to recognize the Brazil nut tree by its unique bark and to crack the hard pods using rocks. But the forest was a harsh teacher, and each lesson came with a price. He learned about the terrible potency of the bullet ant when he accidentally disturbed a nest, and spent a night in screaming agony as their neurotoxic stings set every nerve ending on fire. He learned about fer-de-lance vipers the hard way, nearly stepping on one coiled beside a log, saved only by the warning rattle that sent him stumbling backward. He learned that some caterpillars carried irritant hairs that could blind him if he rubbed his eyes after touching them. The forest marked him. Scars accumulated on his arms and legs from thorns and cuts. His skin darkened under the sporadic sunlight, His feet, once soft, developed thick calluses that allowed him to walk across sharp roots and stones without flinching. His muscles, lean from the meager diet and constant movement, grew stronger. He was changing, transforming, becoming something other than the 8-year-old boy who had followed a butterfly into the green cathedral. The loneliness was the hardest part. Thomas talked to himself constantly, narrating his actions as if his father were still beside him. "Now we'll dig for this palm heart, Dad," he would say, working the stone against the tough fibers. "Remember how you showed me?" Sometimes he would have full conversations with his absent father, asking questions and inventing answers in his father's voice. It kept the silence from crushing him entirely. 2 months into his solitude, Thomas made a discovery that would change everything. Following a line of leafcutter ants, those industrious creatures that could strip a tree overnight, he found himself at the edge of a small river, wider than any stream he had yet encountered. And on the far bank, unmistakable in its artificiality, was a structure. It was a shelter of some kind, built from palm thatching and supported by wooden poles. It sagged with abandonment, half collapsed, but it was undeniably human-made. Thomas waded into the river without hesitation, the current pulling at his legs. The water came up to his chest at its deepest point, and he had to swim the last few yards, pulling himself up onto the muddy opposite bank with trembling arms. The shelter contained treasures that made his heart race. A rusted machete, its edge dulled but still potentially useful. Several clay pots, cracked but intact. A torn fishing net, mended in places with vine. And in the corner, half buried in leaf litter, a small metal box. Thomas pried it open with shaking hands to find inside a fire starter, a steel striker and flint wrapped in oiled cloth. That night, for the first time since his disappearance, Thomas Whitmore made fire. He gathered dry tinder, struck the flint against the steel the way he had seen his father do, and watched with wonder as sparks became smoke became flame. He fed the fire carefully, reverently, as if he were tending a sacred altar. The warmth on his face, the dancing light pushing back the darkness, the simple mastery over this fundamental element, it all combined to release something inside him that had been held tightly closed. He wept, great shuddering sobs that shook his small frame, and the fire crackled sympathetically, consuming his grief and converting it to heat and light. The shelter became his base. He repaired the roof, reinforced the walls, and created a proper hearth for his fire. He sharpened the machete on river stones, slowly restoring its edge. He learned to use the fishing net, standing in the shallows and scooping up small fish that he roasted over his fire. The clay pots became vessels for storing water and cooking thin soups made from edible plants and whatever meat he could catch. Time began to lose meaning. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months. He marked the passing of time by the rainy season, that tremendous period when the sky seemed to tear itself apart and the rivers swelled to 5 times their normal size, when his shelter leaked despite his best efforts and everything remained perpetually damp. He marked it by the fruiting of certain trees, by the migration patterns of birds, by the subtle shifts in temperature that signaled the changing year. Thomas grew. His body, fed on fish and fruit, palm hearts and nuts, stretched upward. His clothes, long since reduced to rags, were replaced by a simple loincloth he fashioned from bark cloth, pounded until it was pliable. His hair, uncut, grew long and tangled. He tied it back with vines to keep it from his face. He made sandals from bark and fiber. He crafted tools, spears for fishing, a bow that was more hope than weapon, containers from gourds, rope from the inner bark of certain trees. He began to range farther from his shelter, mapping the territory in his mind. He learned every stream and outcropping, every fruiting tree and fishing spot within a day's walk. He learned to read the weather in the color of the sky, the behavior of insects, the tension in the air before a storm. He learned that the forest operated on cycles, birth and death, growth and decay, endless and eternal. By his estimate, 2 years had passed, perhaps 3. He had stopped counting. He was 10 now, or maybe 11. The boy who had followed a butterfly had died in those first terrifying nights. Someone else had taken his place, someone harder, leaner, more attuned to the rhythms of the jungle. Someone who no longer cried out for his father in the dark, though the ache of that loss remained a constant presence in his chest, as much a part of him as his own heartbeat. And still, a part of him believed that one day his father would find him. That belief, foolish as it might be, was what kept him human. By his estimate, 2 years had passed, perhaps 3. He had stopped counting. He was 10 now, or maybe 11. The boy who had followed a butterfly had died in those first terrifying nights. Someone else had taken his place, someone harder, leaner, more attuned to the rhythms of the jungle. Someone who no longer cried out for his father in the dark, though the ache of that loss remained a constant presence in his chest, as much a part of him as his own heartbeat. And still, a part of him believed that one day his father would find him. That belief, foolish as it might be, was what kept him human. Part 3. The Years of Mastery. The tapir came to the river to drink at dawn, just as it had for the past 6 days. Thomas crouched in the crook of a tree 20 feet from the water's edge, perfectly still, breathing through his mouth to avoid the noise of respiration. He had been waiting since before first light, his body so accustomed to this kind of patience that the discomfort barely registered. The spear in his hand was balanced perfectly, its point hardened in fire and sharpened to a wicked edge. He was 13 now, by his reckoning, though he couldn't be certain. 5 years in the forest, or was it 6? The exact count no longer mattered. What mattered was the tapir, the largest animal he had ever attempted to hunt. Its meat would last him weeks if he could smoke it properly. Its hide could become a better shelter, better clothes. Failure meant returning to fish and fruit, to the constant low-level hunger that was his normal state. The tapir lowered its head to drink, and Thomas moved. His body released in a smooth arc, arm extending, the spear flying true. It struck the animal behind the shoulder, and the tapir shrieked. a sound Thomas had never heard before, high-pitched and terrible. It lunged away from the river, crashing through the undergrowth with the spear still lodged in its side. Thomas dropped from the tree and ran after it, following the trail of disturbed plants and droplets of blood. He tracked it for 3 hours before he found it collapsed in a hollow, its breathing labored. Thomas approached carefully, speaking to it in a low, steady voice. "I'm sorry," he said, and meant it. "I'm sorry, but I have to survive." He used his machete to end its suffering quickly, then sat beside the body for a long moment, his hand on its flank, feeling the warmth slowly leave it. His father had taught him that indigenous peoples thanked the animals they killed, acknowledging the life given so that they might live. Thomas did this now, whispering gratitude to the tapir's spirit, asking forgiveness for the necessity of death. It was a ritual he had created for himself, a way of maintaining his humanity in a place that could so easily strip it away. The butchering took most of the day. He worked methodically, separating meat from bone, saving the organs, scraping the hide clean. He made multiple trips back to his shelter, carrying loads of meat wrapped in broad leaves. That night, he built a large smoking rack over a low fire and began the process of preserving the meat. The smell attracted animals in the darkness. He could hear them moving through the undergrowth, circling the shelter, but his fire kept them at bay. That tapir sustained him through the next rainy season and taught him that he was capable of more than he had imagined. He was no longer merely surviving. He was living, thriving even, in an environment that would kill most people within days. The realization was both empowering and isolating. He was becoming something unique, something that didn't quite fit in either the human world or the natural one. He existed in between, a bridge between two realms. As the years accumulated, Thomas's skills deepened. He learned to make poison from certain tree frogs, carefully collecting their secretions and coating his arrow tips. He learned to construct fish traps from woven vines that could catch his dinner while he worked on other tasks. He learned to predict the coming of fruit-bearing seasons by the flowering of certain trees, allowing him to plan his movements around abundance. He learned the medicinal properties of plants through trial and error, supplemented by dim memories of things his father had taught him. The sap of the Sangre de Drago tree could seal wounds and prevent infection. The bark of certain cinchona trees contained quinine, which fought the fevers that periodically laid him low. Tobacco leaves, crushed and applied to insect bites, drew out venom and reduced swelling. But beyond the practical knowledge, Thomas learned something deeper. He learned to read the forest's moods, to sense when something was wrong, when predators were near or weather was changing. He learned to move through the jungle with such quiet efficiency that animals often failed to notice him until he was upon them. He learned to think like the forest itself, patient, observant, opportunistic. He was 15 when he encountered his first human presence since his disappearance. He had ranged far from his shelter, following a river he had never fully explored, when he heard an unfamiliar sound, the mechanical whine of an outboard motor. He froze, disbelief washing over him. A boat. People. After all these years, people. Thomas ran toward the sound, crashing through the undergrowth with none of his usual caution. He burst through a screen of vegetation and saw it. A small aluminum boat with two men inside, moving slowly up the river. He screamed, waving his arms, his voice cracking from the effort. The men didn't hear him over the motor. He ran along the bank, keeping pace with the boat, screaming until his throat was raw. But the river bent away, and the forest grew too dense to follow. The sound of the motor faded into the distance, and Thomas collapsed to his knees in the mud, something breaking inside him. They had been so close, so impossibly close. He wept with a desperation he hadn't felt since his first days lost in the jungle. The hope he had carefully contained, the belief that rescue might come, surged up and then crashed down, leaving him feeling more alone than ever. For weeks after, he was haunted by the encounter. He remained near that stretch of river, building a large signal fire that he kept ready to light at a moment's notice. He constructed an enormous SOS from white stones on a strip of riverbank, visible from the water. He waited and watched, but no boats came. Eventually, hunger and practicality drove him back to his shelter, to the territory he knew, but something had shifted inside him. The encounter had reminded him that another world existed beyond the green cathedral. His family, were they still looking for him? Did they think he was dead? Had they held a funeral, buried an empty casket, mourned and moved on? The thoughts were torture, but he couldn't stop them from coming, especially in the quiet moments before sleep. At 16, Thomas had been in the jungle for 8 years. He stood nearly 6 feet tall, lean and corded with muscle, his skin tanned deep brown by the equatorial sun. His hair hung to his shoulders, bleached lighter by sun exposure. His face, which he occasionally glimpsed in the calm surface of pools, had lost its childish roundness, becoming sharp-planed and angular. He barely recognized himself. He had created a life of sorts. His shelter had evolved into a proper dwelling, with a raised sleeping platform that kept him off the damp ground, storage areas for smoked meat and tools, even a rudimentary table and stool. He had domesticated the space around it, planting papaya trees and manioc, creating a small garden that supplemented his foraged food. He had paths cleared to his most frequented locations, the fishing spot, the salt lick where animals gathered, the grove of Brazil nut trees. But despite these comforts, despite his mastery of this environment, a hollowness had taken root inside him. He talked to himself constantly, maintaining the internal dialogue that kept his mind engaged, but he was aware that his language skills were deteriorating. Words came less easily. Grammar became confused. He would sometimes forget the English names for things, knowing them only by their function or by names he had invented himself. He began to have dreams where he forgot how to speak entirely, where he opened his mouth and only animal sounds emerged. These dreams terrified him more than any jaguar or snake, because they represented a deeper danger, the loss of his human self, The dissolution of Thomas Whitmore into something that merely survived, that merely existed, without memory or identity or connection to anything beyond the immediate present. To combat this erosion, he began a practice that would sustain him through the darkest periods. Every night before sleep, he would recite everything he could remember about his past life. His mother's face, his father's voice, the smell of his childhood home, the taste of his favorite foods, the games he had played, the books he had read. He forced himself to remember English words, full sentences, conversations. He would recite poems his mother had taught him, sing songs from his past, speak aloud the names of everyone he had ever known. "My name is Thomas Edward Whitmore," he would say to the darkness. "I was born in Boston, Massachusetts. My father is Dr. Richard Whitmore, a botanist. My mother is Margaret Whitmore, a teacher. I have a sister named Emma. I am not an animal. I am a human being. I had a life before this, and I will have a life after. My name is Thomas Edward Whitmore," he would say to the darkness. "I was born in Boston, Massachusetts. My father is Dr. Richard Whitmore, a botanist. My mother is Margaret Whitmore, a teacher. I have a sister named Emma. I am not an animal. I am a human being. I had a life before this, and I will have a life after." This mantra became his anchor, the thing that kept him tethered to his humanity even as the years in the jungle threatened to transform him into something else entirely. It didn't make the loneliness easier. It didn't ease the constant ache for connection, for conversation, for the sound of another human voice. But it kept him whole, kept some essential part of him intact, waiting for a future that might never come. Part 4. The Breaking Point. The fever came on suddenly, as these things often did in the jungle. Thomas woke in the darkness feeling as if his skin were on fire, his head pounding with a pain that made vision difficult. He tried to stand and collapsed, the world spinning around him. Malaria, he thought distantly, through the haze of delirium. Or dengue, or any of the dozen other diseases that lurked in the blood of mosquitoes. He crawled to his water store and drank deeply, then crawled back to his sleeping platform. For 3 days, he existed in a twilight state between consciousness and fever dreams. He saw his father standing at the edge of his shelter, sketching in his journal, but when Thomas reached for him, he dissolved into shadow. He saw his mother calling him home for dinner, her voice echoing through the forest. He saw his sister, Emma, who would be 14 now, or 15. He couldn't remember, couldn't calculate through the fog in his mind. When the fever finally broke, Thomas found himself weak as a newborn, his body drenched in sweat, his mouth sour with dehydration. He had soiled himself during the delirium, and the smell brought on a wave of shame and despair that was almost worse than the physical illness. He was 17 years old and dying alone in a jungle, and no one would ever know what had happened to him. For the first time since his early days in the forest, Thomas considered simply giving up. It would be easy. He could just stop fighting, stop the constant struggle for food and water, stop the endless vigilance against dangers. He could walk into the jungle and lie down. Let the forest reclaim him. Let his body feed the trees and the insects and the fungi, become part of the great cycle of decomposition and renewal. Would that be so terrible? To finally rest? He lay on his platform for hours, staring up at the palm thatch roof, contemplating this surrender. But something stopped him. It wasn't hope, exactly. Hope had become too painful, too much of a liability. It was something more fundamental, stubbornness, perhaps, or spite. He refused to let the jungle win. He refused to become just another skeleton moldering in the leaf litter, another mystery, another tragedy. He would survive this fever as he had survived everything else. And he would continue surviving until the day he was found or the day he died of old age, whichever came first. Thomas forced himself to rise. He cleaned himself and his shelter with a meticulousness born of desperation, needing to reclaim some dignity, some sense of order. He ate and drank even though his stomach rebelled. He tended his fire, gathered food, performed all the rituals of survival that had sustained him for nearly a decade. Slowly, over days and then weeks, his strength returned. But the fever had changed something inside him. It had shown him how close he always was to death, how tenuous his grip on existence really was. One infected cut, one venomous snake, one bad fall, one longer fever, and it would all be over. The realization didn't make him more cautious. Caution had long since become his default state. Instead, it made him more purposeful. If he was going to survive, it needed to mean something. It needed to be more than mere existence. Thomas began to expand his territory more aggressively. He ranged farther than ever before, mapping the rivers and streams, looking for signs of human presence. He found remnants occasionally, a rusted can, a piece of nylon rope, once a single rubber boot, rotted but unmistakably manufactured. These artifacts told him that people had been in this area, even if they were long gone. The jungle was vast, but not infinite. Somewhere, there were villages, towns, civilization. At 18, Thomas made a decision that would alter the trajectory of his survival. He would travel to the big river. In his explorations, he had occasionally glimpsed it in the distance, a massive waterway that made his familiar river look like a stream. Big rivers meant boats. Boats meant people. If he could reach it and establish a camp there, his chances of rescue would increase dramatically. The journey took weeks. He carried everything he could: smoked meat, tools, his precious fire starter, seeds from his garden. He navigated by the sun and by the flow of water, following tributaries downstream, always heading toward the big river. The terrain grew more challenging as he traveled, the forest denser, the undergrowth thicker. Several times he was forced to detour around impassable swamps or steep ravines. When he finally emerged on the banks of the great river, Thomas felt something like awe. It stretched a mile across, its waters brown with sediment, its current powerful enough to carry enormous logs downstream like matchsticks. This was the Amazon proper, or one of its major tributaries. He had no way of knowing which, but it was big enough that boats surely traveled it. big enough that settlements must exist along its banks. Thomas established a new camp on a high bank with clear views up and down the river. He built a large structure designed to be visible from the water, a tower of sorts, with a platform at the top where he could maintain a signal fire. He cleared the bank of vegetation, creating an obvious human modification to the landscape. He assembled piles of green branches that would create thick smoke when burned. And then he waited. Days passed, then weeks, then months. He fished from the river, foraged in the nearby forest, tended his signal fire. Boats passed occasionally, small dugout canoes with local fishermen, once a larger vessel that looked like a cargo boat. Each time, Thomas lit his signal fire and screamed himself hoarse. The smoke rose into the sky, thick and white, unmistakably artificial. But the river was too wide, the current too strong, and none of the boats altered course. If they saw him at all, they must have dismissed him as just another riverino, a river person, or perhaps didn't see him at all against the overwhelming backdrop of green. The rainy season came, and the river swelled until it threatened to overtake his camp. Thomas was forced to retreat inland, abandoning his careful preparations. When the waters finally receded months later, his tower was gone, swept away by the flood. He rebuilt, but something had broken inside him. The big river had seemed like the answer, but it was just another reminder of how vast the jungle was, how easy it was to remain lost even in plain sight. Thomas was 19 years old and had spent more of his life in the jungle than out of it. The boy who had gotten lost chasing a butterfly existed now only in fragments of memory, in the nightly recitations he performed to keep his past alive. The person he had become was something else, not quite wild, not quite civilized, existing in a liminal space between human and animal, culture and nature. He began to wonder if rescue was even desirable anymore. What would he return to? A family that had mourned him and moved on. A world he no longer understood. He had been 8 when he vanished. He had missed his entire adolescence, missed learning how to be a person in society. What place could there be for him in civilization? He didn't know how to use a telephone, drive a car, operate a computer. He probably couldn't even order food in a restaurant without making a fool of himself. The skills that had kept him alive here, tracking, hunting, reading weather patterns, would be useless there. These thoughts frightened him more than any jaguar. He was trapped, he realized, not just by the physical jungle, but by time itself. Too much had passed. He had adapted too thoroughly. Even if he were rescued tomorrow, a part of him would forever remain in this green cathedral, and a part of the jungle would forever remain in him. Part 5. The Indigenous Contact. In his 20th year in the jungle, Thomas encountered the Yanomami. He had seen signs of their presence before. Fish weirs in streams, patches of cleared forest with manioc gardens, the remains of hunted animals prepared in ways different from his own techniques. But he had never sought them out, uncertain of how he would be received, whether they would help him or perceive him as a threat. The meeting happened by accident. Thomas was following a game trail when he heard voices. Actual human voices speaking in a language he didn't understand. He froze, his heart racing. The voices grew closer, and suddenly 3 men emerged from the forest. They stopped when they saw him, their expressions shifting from surprise to wariness. Thomas raised his hand slowly, showing he was unarmed, though his spear and machete hung from his belt. "Hello," he said in English, then tried Spanish, a language he barely remembered. "Hola. No harm. I mean no harm." The words felt strange in his mouth, formal and stilted after years of only talking to himself. The men conversed among themselves, their language melodic and complex. One of them, an older man with intricate facial tattoos, stepped forward and spoke. Thomas shook his head, helpless to communicate. The man tried different words, different sounds, and finally made a gesture that was universal, a beckoning motion. "Come with us." Thomas hesitated. This was a threshold moment. He could follow these men to their village, potentially finding a way back to civilization, or he could remain in his isolation, maintaining the careful equilibrium he had built. But the decision was already made, really. He was desperate for human connection, desperate to hear voices other than his own, desperate to be part of a community again, even if it wasn't his original community. He followed. The Yanomami village, when they reached it after several hours of walking, was a revelation. A large communal shabono housed perhaps 50 people, its circular structure open in the center to the sky. Children ran and played. Women worked on crafts or prepared food. Men returned from hunting with their catches. The sounds of human activity, laughter, arguments, singing, overwhelmed Thomas. He stood at the edge of the clearing, tears streaming down his face, unable to articulate the emotion that gripped him. The tribe regarded him with curiosity. A white man dressed in bark cloth and carrying primitive tools was unusual, to say the least. Through gestures and patient repetition, Thomas began to learn their language. Food was damashi, water was okai, fire was a hariki. The words felt like treasures, expanding his world after years of silence. They called him Yanomami Thihuri, which he eventually understood meant the one from far away or the strange one. He learned their names. Maakoto, the headman who had found him. Yurima, a woman who took special interest in teaching him their language. Kyoka, a young hunter close to Thomas's age who became something like a friend. Living with the Yanomami, Thomas began to remember what it meant to be human in a social context. He learned their customs, participated in their hunts, joined in their ceremonies. They taught him better techniques for fishing, for making fire, for preparing certain foods. He taught them things too, the tree climbing methods he had developed, a particular trap design, the medicinal uses of plants they hadn't considered. But Thomas also learned that he could never fully belong here either. He was too different, marked by his pale skin that even years of sun had only darkened to a deep tan. He was marked by his origins, by the technology he occasionally spoke of, by his insistence on maintaining certain habits, his nightly recitations in English, his need to mark the passage of time in ways the Yanomami did not. The Yanomami lived entirely in the present, with oral histories that blurred the line between myth and fact. They had no concept of years in the way Thomas understood them, no calendars or written records. Time for them was cyclical, the rainy season and the dry season, the fruiting of certain trees, the migrations of animals. Thomas's linear sense of time, his counting of years lost, his grief for a past that grew more distant, these things marked him as fundamentally other. Still, for the first time since his disappearance, Thomas had companionship. He learned to laugh again, to share food with others, to sleep surrounded by the sounds of human presence. The Yanomami accepted him as one of theirs, even if he could never be truly one of them. They gave him a place in their world, and he was grateful for it. He lived with them for 3 years, participating fully in village life. He took part in raids against rival villages, standing guard while others fought, uncomfortable with the violence, but understanding it was part of their way of life. He joined in elaborate ceremonies where they consumed yakuana, a powerful hallucinogenic snuff made from tree bark, though the visions it induced frightened him with their intensity. He helped clear gardens, build structures, hunt tapirs and peccaries. But always, in the back of his mind, the question remained: would he spend the rest of his life here? Would he die in the jungle, surrounded by the Yanomami, his bones eventually scattered by animals, his name forgotten by his birth family? The thought was both comforting and terrifying. Comforting because it offered closure, an end to the uncertainty. Terrifying because it meant accepting that the boy who had gotten lost would never be found, that Thomas Whitmore would simply cease to exist, replaced entirely by Yanomami Thihuri. The decision was made for him in his 23rd year, 15 years after his disappearance, when the missionaries came. Part 6: The Return. The missionaries arrived in the dry season. 2 men and a woman traveling upriver in a motorized canoe, bringing medicines and attempting to spread their faith. The Yanomami had encountered missionaries before and had mixed feelings about them. They brought useful tools and sometimes medicine, but also strange ideas and diseases the tribe had no immunity against. Thomas heard the motor before he saw the boat. The sound triggered a cascade of memories. The first boat he had seen on the river years ago, the desperate hope, the crushing disappointment. But he was in the village now, not alone. When the boat came into view, Thomas stood at the edge of the river with dozens of other villagers, watching it approach. The missionaries pulled their canoe onto the muddy bank, and the woman looked up at the assembled Yanomami. Her eyes passed over Thomas once, twice, and then fixed on him with an intensity that made him take a step backward. She said something in Portuguese to her companions, never taking her eyes off him, and they stared too. One of the men, a Brazilian with graying hair, stepped forward and addressed Thomas directly in English. Are you a white man? American? The English words sounded alien after so long, but Thomas understood them perfectly. For a moment, he couldn't respond. His throat had closed up, emotion overwhelming him. Finally, He managed to speak, his voice rough and his accent strange even to his own ears. Yes, American, Thomas Whitmore. I've been lost. 15 years. The effect of these words was immediate. The woman brought her hand to her mouth, tears springing to her eyes. The Brazilian man spoke rapidly in Portuguese to his companions, then turned back to Thomas. Thomas Whitmore, the botanist's son who disappeared in 1990. You know about me? Everyone knows about you. Your disappearance was international news. There were search parties for months. Your father, the man paused, choosing his words carefully. Your father never stopped looking. He's still in Brazil, still searching. Thomas felt his legs give way, and he sat down heavily in the mud. His father was alive, still searching, after 15 years. The magnitude of it was too much to process. Mahakoto came and stood beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder, speaking soothingly in Yanomami. Thomas reached up and gripped the old man's hand, anchoring himself. The days that followed were chaos. The missionaries radioed their base, which contacted authorities, which contacted the American embassy, which somehow found Richard Whitmore, now a man in his 60s, still living in a small Brazilian town near the jungle, still making expeditions to search for his lost son. Thomas spent his last week with the Yanomami in a daze. Part of him wanted to run back into the jungle, to reject this rescue, to remain Yanomami, the Huri forever. The known terror of the jungle seemed preferable to the unknown terror of returning to a world he had left at age 8. But he couldn't do that to his father, not when he had been given this impossible second chance. Yurima wept when he told her he was leaving. Kyoka gave him his best bow, a weapon of extraordinary craftsmanship. Mahakoto performed a ceremony to bless his journey, placing pigment on Thomas's face in intricate patterns, marking him as one of them even as he departed. The whole village gathered to watch him leave, and Thomas wept openly, knowing he was losing something precious even as he gained everything he had thought lost forever. The missionary's boat took him downriver. The journey that had taken him weeks on foot was accomplished in days by motor. Thomas sat in the bow, watching the jungle slide past, feeling as if he were traveling through time as well as space. Each mile brought him closer to his old life and farther from the person he had become. They reached the town of Boa Vista, and there, waiting on the dock, was an old man with a white beard and tears streaming down his face. Thomas knew him instantly, despite the years that had turned his father's hair white and carved deep lines into his face. Richard Whitmore looked at his son, taking in the lean, hardened man who stood before him, so different from the 8-year-old boy who had vanished, yet unmistakably, impossibly his son. "Tommy," his father whispered, and Thomas stepped forward into his embrace, and they stood there on the dock, holding each other and weeping, while curious townspeople gathered to witness this miracle, this impossible reunion. Epilogue: the spaces between. The reintegration was harder than anyone had anticipated. Thomas Whitmore, now officially 23 years old, though he felt ancient in ways that had nothing to do with years, found himself struggling with even the simplest aspects of modern life. Electricity frightened him at first, the constant hum of it making him anxious. The feel of concrete under his feet was wrong. The sounds of cars and machinery were too loud, too aggressive. The press of crowds made him panic, triggering instincts to flee into the safety of trees that no longer existed. His family had tried to hold space for him. His mother, remarried but still carrying the grief of his loss like a stone in her chest, wept at the sight of him and then didn't know what to say. His sister Emma, now 19, was a stranger to him. They had been children together, but now she was a college student with a boyfriend and ambitions he couldn't begin to understand. They looked at each other across a chasm of experience that neither could bridge. The media attention was overwhelming. His story had captured the world's imagination. The lost boy who survived 15 years in the Amazon. Journalists camped outside wherever he stayed, offering enormous sums for exclusive interviews. Mental health professionals studied him, anthropologists questioned him about the Yanomami, survival experts analyzed his techniques. Everyone wanted a piece of him, wanted to understand how he had done it, what it meant. But Thomas found he couldn't explain it, not in ways that satisfied them. How do you describe 15 years of solitude to people who had never spent a day without human contact? How do you convey the particular quality of jungle fear, or jungle beauty, or jungle indifference? How do you explain that you were both destroyed and remade by the experience? That the person who survived was not the person who got lost? The nightmares came frequently. In them, he was back in the jungle, but now he had forgotten all his skills. He couldn't make fire, couldn't find water, couldn't remember which plants were safe. He would wake in his bed, a real bed with sheets and a mattress, which itself felt strange, gasping for breath, and it would take several minutes to remember where he was when he was. But there were also moments of unexpected grace. His father took him to a botanical garden, and Thomas found himself identifying plants by their Latin names, memories of his father's teachings flooding back. They would walk together for hours, his father pointing out species, Thomas explaining which ones he had used for food or medicine, and in those moments they could connect, could find a shared language that transcended the years of separation. Thomas started working with his father, helping to catalog Amazonian plant species. The work was meaningful and connected him to both his past and the jungle that had become his home. He began to see his experience not as a tragedy, but as a unique perspective, a bridge between worlds that few could claim. He never fully adapted to modernity. He preferred sleeping in a hammock to a bed, found restaurants overwhelming, and avoided large cities whenever possible. He learned to drive, but hated it, preferring to walk whenever feasible. Technology baffled him. Computers, smartphones, the internet, though he forced himself to learn the basics. But he also learned to find peace in the in-between spaces. He wasn't quite civilized, but he was no longer wild. He wasn't fully Yanomami, but he carried their teachings in his heart. He wasn't the boy who got lost, but he carried that boy's memories. He was all of these things and none of them, existing in a liminal space that was uniquely his own. Years passed. Thomas wrote a book about his experience, not for the money, but because he needed to tell the story, needed to make sense of it himself. He used the proceeds to fund conservation efforts in the Amazon and to support Yanomami communities facing encroachment from mining operations and disease. He became an advocate for indigenous rights and rainforest preservation, using his unique perspective to bridge gaps between environmentalists, indigenous peoples, and policymakers. He never married, never had children of his own. The intimacy required for such relationships felt impossible to him. How could he share his life with someone when so much of it was beyond words, beyond explanation? His closest relationships were with others who had experienced extreme isolation or survival situations. Astronauts, prisoners of war, solo sailors. They understood, in ways others couldn't, what it meant to be fundamentally changed by solitude. On his 40th birthday, 25 years after his rescue, Thomas returned to the Amazon with his father. They traveled back to the area where he had been lost, though the exact location was impossible to determine. The jungle had changed, as jungles do, rivers shifting course, trees falling and new ones growing, the endless cycle of death and renewal. They found what might have been his old shelter, or might have been someone else's, or might have been a natural formation that only looked like human construction. Thomas stood in the clearing, feeling the familiar weight of the humid air, hearing the familiar symphony of insects and birds, smelling the familiar scent of decay and growth intermingled. "Do you miss it?" his father asked quietly. Thomas considered the question. Did he miss the hunger, the fear, the loneliness? No, but did he miss the simplicity, the directness of survival? The way every action had immediate and obvious consequences? Yes. Did he miss the deep connection to the natural world? The feeling of being part of the forest rather than separate from it? Yes. Did he miss the person he had been forced to become, stripped of everything except the essential will to survive? Sometimes. Parts of it. He finally answered. I miss knowing my place in the world. Here, I knew exactly what I was. A small creature trying to survive in a place that didn't care whether I lived or died. There was a terrible purity to that. Back there, in civilization, I never quite know what I am or where I belong. His father put an arm around his shoulders. You belong with us, with your family, with people who love you. The jungle had you for 15 years, but we have you now. Thomas leaned into his father's embrace, allowing himself to take comfort in it even though part of him would always remain apart, would always be standing at the edge of the clearing looking both ways, uncertain which world to enter. But perhaps that was okay. Perhaps being between worlds was its own kind of existence, its own kind of home. As they prepared to leave, Thomas noticed a blue morpho butterfly dancing at the edge of the clearing, its wings catching the light. He watched it for a moment, remembering another butterfly, another lifetime, a small boy who made a choice that changed everything. But he didn't follow it. He turned away, taking his father's hand, and walked back toward the boat, toward the river, toward the world of people and noise and complexity. Behind him, the jungle continued its endless cycles, indifferent and eternal. Somewhere in its depths, the shelters he had built were slowly being reclaimed by vines and moss and time. The paths he had cleared were growing over. The fires he had tended had long since gone cold. All evidence of Thomas Whitmore's 15-year occupation of the Green Cathedral was being erased, as if he had never been there at all. But he had been there. He carried the jungle with him still, in his bones and blood and dreams. He always would. It was part of him now, woven into the fabric of his being as surely as his DNA. The boy who got lost had died in that jungle, but someone else had been born, someone harder, stranger, more resilient. Someone who knew in his marrow that survival required constant adaptation, constant vigilance, constant acceptance of change. As the boat carried them downriver towards civilization, Thomas looked back one last time at the wall of green receding behind them. It looked impenetrable from here, forbidding and alien. But he knew its secrets. He knew its paths and its dangers and its gifts. He knew how to read it, how to survive in it, how to become part of it. That knowledge was his burden and his treasure, and he would carry it until the day he died, a bridge between worlds, a translator of experiences that most people could never imagine. The jungle had taken a boy and returned a man. What that man would do with the strange gift of his survival, that story was still being written, one day at a time, one choice at a time, in the spaces between the world he had lost and the world he had found.